be seated. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Today is September 27, 2022. This is another day of trial in the case of State of Ohio plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155. The defendant is present in court today with his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented by prosecuting attorney Rob Junk and special prosecuting attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also present is Ryan Scheiderer of Ohio BCI&I. Is counsel for each side ready for the jury to be brought in?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Jason, bring them in. Did we give them the extra pads? Okay, all right.
Very noisy.
Thanks.
Nice. Very nice.
Would you like for me to bring Mr. White in after the jury comes in? Matt White. Yes.
We can bring him in, and I'll just remind him, if it's acceptable with counsel, just remind him he's still under oath. This is continuous testimony, so. You can do it either way. You can have him sit in here if you want.
You want me to go ahead?
You can. You want to just do your place in the witness chair, that's fine. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. One thing I wanted the record to reflect is we've given each of you a second notepad. I've previously informed you that whether or not you take notes is strictly a matter of personal choice. And so some of you may not need this second notepad. Some of you may need that. I think it was indicated that some perhaps, or at least some did. I don't know how many. But we felt it best to give you each two, so we know how many each of you is to account for at least two. And if you need more, we'll provide those later on. It's a matter of personal choice only whether you take notes at all. When we concluded yesterday, the state was directly examining Matthew White, who is here on the witness stand. Mr. White, this is continuous testimony, so I would just remind you that the oath that was administered yesterday is still in effect today.
Yes,
right? Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, thank you.
The state may resume.
Thank
question.
All right, Mr. White, when we left off yesterday, you had testified about the various pieces of evidence that you actually received from each scene. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as part of your initial work in the case, did you do a general examination of that evidence to determine the different class characteristics of that evidence?
Yes, I did.
And you testified about those class characteristics with respect to each piece of evidence from each scene yesterday. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to doing your general observation of those pieces of evidence, were you asked to make some comparisons in this case to determine whether or not certain pieces of evidence had been fired by the same weapon at each scene?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell the jury, walk the jury again, how did you do these comparisons with respect to determining whether or not these weapons were fired from, or excuse me, these projectiles and shell casings were fired from the same weapon?
When I perform a microscopic comparison, I utilize a comparison microscope. It is essentially two compound microscopes connected through an optical bridge. So that allows me to look at a test on one side and evidence on the other, or be it two evidence to each other. I can look at both items in the same field of view at the same magnification, and then look for unique characteristics that have been imparted onto the evidence through that firing process. Through that examination, I can make a determination whether or not two items had been fired from or in a particular firearm.
Okay. I want to start with the .30 caliber 7.62 by 39 ammunition or projectiles, excuse me, not ammunition, but projectiles from scene 1 that you looked at. So I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits A49, A499, A510, A500, A511, A523, A525, and A527. With respect to these pieces of evidence, again, just generally, can you tell the jury what those are?
These particular items represent fired bullet jackets that were .30 caliber, 4 Lansing grooves, right hand twist, had a magnetic jacket, and were of a boat tail design.
And those are the projectiles, or are those projectiles that were recovered from scene 1, 4077 Union Hill Road?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit U8. Mr. Jones, can you put U8 up on the screen for me? With respect to those .30 caliber projectiles, did you do a comparison to determine whether or not you could reach an opinion as to whether those projectiles were fired from the same weapon?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And could you tell the jury, what are they looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit U8?
What you're looking at, you'll see a dividing line separating the two images. That corresponds to a left side that I've mentioned on the microscope. The bullet is on the right side of the microscope. This allows me to view these both items, same field of view, same magnification. This is a magnified image of the fired bullet jackets. You'll see this depressed area, raised area. This comprises the rifling, the Lansing grooves. And I'm going to look for unique striation, unique characteristics. It's kind of in the form of scratches, raised and lowered areas on the fired bullets that correspond. That allows me to be able to say whether or not they had been fired from the same firearm.
And with respect to that image that the jury's looking at, is the left side one projectile and the right side a different projectile?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when you looked at that, again, that's just two projectiles. Did you do that for all of those projectiles that were recovered from scene 1?
Yes, I looked at all of the items interrelated.
And when you looked at those items under your microscope as depicted in State's Exhibit U8, were you able to reach a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether or not those 30 caliber projectiles found at 4077 Union Hill Road had been fired from the same weapon.
Yes, evaluating the fired bullets to one another, I'm looking for correspondence of characteristics between them. Also recognize this picture only depicts one specific area that I looked at. I examined the evidence in its entirety all the way around it. This is merely a documentation of one area that I did look at, and I was able to conclude that all of the 30 caliber bullets or fired bullet jackets had been fired from the same firearm.
Again, was that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, sir, it is.
Were you also asked to examine the shell casing, I say shell casing, but cartridge casing, the 40 caliber cartridge casing recovered from the kitchen area of scene 1 with the 40 caliber cartridge casing recovered from scene 4, 799 left forward? Were you able to compare, or did you look at those two 40 cal shell casings?
Yes, I performed a similar microscopic comparison of the two 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A518. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is one fired 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge case.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit D282. Can you take a look at that?
And this is also a fired 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge case.
The exhibit that is marked or identified as State's Exhibit A518, again, do you recognize that as a 40 caliber casing from scene 1, 4077 Union Hill Road?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you recognize State's Exhibit D282 as the 40 caliber shell casing from scene 4, 799 leftward?
Yes, it is.
And did you make a microscopic comparison of those two items?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit U9. Could you put U9 up on the screen for me? Can you tell the jury what are they looking at with respect to State's Exhibit U9?
Similar to the fired bullet jacket that I compared, you'll see the dividing line, both the scene 1 cartridge case, the scene 4 cartridge case, microscopically compared to one another, same field of view, the same magnification. And I'm looking for unique characteristics that correspond between them that allows me to be able to say whether or not they've been fired from the same firearm.
Okay. And when you looked at those two exhibits underneath the microscope as depicted there in State's Exhibit U9, were you able to reach a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether or not the 40 caliber shell casing at scene 1 was fired from the same firearm that fired the 40 caliber shell casing at scene 4?
Yes, based on my microscopic comparison, examining the two fired 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases, I was able to conclude the two fired 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases had been fired in the same firearm.
And was that opinion, again, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Were you also asked in this case to examine 40 caliber projectiles that were removed from Chris Rhoden Sr. during his autopsy?
I was.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you a bunch of different exhibits that are all marked E. And for the record, it's going to be State's Exhibit E242, State's Exhibit E237, E243, E247, E248, E249, and E250. Do you recognize those projectiles or those fired bullets as bullets that were removed from the body of Chris Rhoden during his autopsy?
Yes, I do.
And again, were you able to examine those items or those exhibits?
Yes, I was. I was able to microscopically compare the fired 40 caliber bullets together.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether or not all of the projectiles that were removed from Christopher Rhoden Sr.'s body at his autopsy had been fired from the same firearm?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that opinion was?
I was able to conclude through my microscopic comparison that all of the 40 caliber bullets had been fired from the same firearm.
In addition to those 40 caliber projectiles, did you also compare those projectiles to the projectile or the fired bullet that was removed from Gary Rhoden during his autopsy?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit F-145. Do you recognize State's Exhibit F-145?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit F-145 is?
It is one fired 40 caliber bullet.
Were you able, again, to put that bullet underneath a microscope and compare it to each of those E exhibits, the 40 caliber projectiles that were removed from Chris Rhoden Sr. at his autopsy? Were you able to make that comparison?
Yes, it was compared with the other fired 40 caliber bullets, and I was also able to conclude they had all been fired from the same firearm.
And again, I have to ask this, was that conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did you also, that F-145, the projectile that was removed from Gary Rhoden at his autopsy, did you also compare that to the projectile or the bullet that was dug out from underneath the trailer at 4077 Union Hill Road?
I did.
And again, did you do that comparison the same way that you already testified to?
Yes, the comparison was done the same as the previous comparisons compared to the other fired 40 caliber bullets.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether or not the same gun that fired the projectiles that killed Kenneth and the same gun that fired the projectiles that killed Christopher Rhoden Sr. was the same gun that fired that projectile that went through the floor and into the dirt underneath the trailer?
Yes, I was able to identify all of the fired 40 caliber bullets as having been fired from the same firearm.
In addition to those 40 caliber bullets that were recovered from scene 1, did you also compare the projectiles from scene 1 that you just identified were all fired from the same firearm to the projectile that was recovered from Kenneth Rhoden from scene 4, the projectile that was recovered from his body? Were you able to make that comparison as well?
Yes, the fired bullet from scene 4 was also compared to the other 40 caliber bullets from scene 1.
And Mr. Junk, could you give me State's Exhibit U10, please? I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit U10 and U11. We will take a look at that State's Exhibit U10 that we have up on the screen. Do you recognize U10 as depicting work that you did in this case?
I did.
And can you tell the jury what this item depicts with respect to the work that you did in this case?
Again, the dividing line, there were two evidence bullets microscopically compared to one another, and I'm looking for corresponding characteristics within the rifling that allows me to be able to say whether or not they've been fired in the same firearm. Again, this is a picture of only one area of the evidence. The evidence wasn't examined in its entirety all the way around the bullet, so this is only one area of correspondence that was demonstrated.
And with respect to the left half of the screen, is that a projectile that was removed from the body of one of the victims at scene 1?
Yes, the fired bullet on the left side is from scene 1. The fired bullet from the right side is from scene 4.
Okay, and when you say from scene 4, from the body of the victim at
Correct.
scene 4, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then can you give me State's Exhibit U11? Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
This corresponds to another area in addition to the previous area that you saw, again, dividing line, and we're looking at the corresponding characteristics. This is also between scene 1 and scene 4.
Based on all of the examination of the projectiles, the .40 caliber projectiles in this case, from all of the scenes that had .40 caliber projectile evidence collected, and all of the bodies that had .40 caliber projectile evidence collected, were you able to read and projectiles were fired from the same weapon?
I can identify the two fired .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases as having been fired in the same firearm, and I can identify all of the .40 caliber bullets as having been fired in the same firearm. I can't necessarily say the fired cartridge cases and fired bullets came from the same firearm at this point.
Okay. So again, the shell casings all match as being fired from one gun, and the projectiles all match as being fired from one gun. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to the work on the .40 caliber evidence in this case, were you also asked to look at .22 caliber ballistic evidence?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits B319, B320, and B321. Also B328 and B329. Can you tell the jury what those 5 items or exhibits are?
These items correspond to being one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case in each of the items.
Okay. And again, do you recognize those as being the cartridge casings that were removed or collected from scene 2, 4199 Union Hill Road in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
With respect to those .22 caliber shell casings or cartridge casings, were you able to examine those 5 cartridge casings to determine whether or not those had all been fired from the same firearm?
Yes, I performed a microscopic comparison of the 5 fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases to determine if they had been fired in the same firearm.
And were you able to reach a conclusion that they were?
Yes, I was.
And was that conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was.
Were you also asked to compare the .22 cartridge casings that came from scene 2 to the .22 cartridge casing that was recovered from scene 3 there on Union Hill Road?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit C430. State's Exhibit C430. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is another one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case.
Okay. And again, does that cartridge casing there indicate that it was the cartridge casing removed from scene 3 there on Union Hill Road?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Junk, could you give me State's Exhibit U12? I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits U12, U13, U14, and U15. Can you take a look at those for me? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit U12?
You will see again the dividing line. This is the firing pin impression on one of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases from scene 2. This is the firing pin impression from one of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases from scene 3. I'm looking for corresponding characteristics between the two items.
Did you look at that shell casing in several different areas with several different magnifications?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you give me State's Exhibit U13? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with State's Exhibit U13?
If you could back up one picture, please. And
Back to State's Exhibit U12? Okay.
What the next picture depicts is this area right here. It's the vertical depression of the firing pin impression. So we're looking at the side of it, or the straight down on it here, and I'm going to turn it up, and I'm going to look at this vertical edge on the interior of it.
Okay. And go ahead and give me State's Exhibit U13.
So looking at that vertical edge, I'm looking at the corresponding characteristics, the firing pin made on the firing pin impression. Again, that is between scene 2 and scene 3.
Do you look at that, as you have it under the microscope, do you look at it with different magnification to help or assist you in your identification?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you give me State's Exhibit U14? Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is another picture of a different item, looking at that vertical area, the corresponding characteristics. Again, you'll see the dividing line between scene 2 and scene 3.
And then finally, State's Exhibit U15. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Again, this is the vertical area. You'll see the dividing line and the corresponding characteristics between, this is scene 2 and scene 3 of the .22 long rifle cartridge cases, the firing pin impression on them.
After you were able to view all of those items under your microscope, different angles and different magnification, were you able to reach a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether or not the same firearm fired the shell casings recovered from scene 2 as the same firearm that fired the shell casings recovered from scene 3?
Yes, microscopic intercomparison of all of the .22 long rifle cartridge cases to each other allowed me to say that they had all been fired in the same firearm.
So based on all of that comparison work that you did, were you able to pass that information on to the investigators in this case?
Yes, I was.
And that was that information that the same firearm, the same .40 cal had been used at different scenes, the same .22 had been used at different scenes.
That's correct.
And there also was a .30 caliber 7.62 by 39 that was used at a scene as well.
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to that information that you passed on to the investigators, did you do further work or further analysis to try to determine what kind of .22 or what kind of .40 was involved in these homicides?
Yes, oftentimes if I'm encountered evidence and there's no firearm submitted, I can look at certain features of the fired cartridge cases or the fired bullets to give a possible list of firearms that could have fired them to aid investigators in what they should be looking for.
And I want to start with the .22. Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit U16? I'm going to hand you, Mr. White, State's Exhibit U16. If you can take a look at that, make sure that's the same image that's up on the screen for the jury.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what are they looking at with respect to State's Exhibit U16?
Whenever we're looking at a firing pin impression, this is on a .22 long rifle, so that is a rimfire cartridge case. So the firing pin will have to crush the edge of the cartridge case because the primer is on the outside of it. During my examination, I noticed the shape of the firing pin impression is unusual. Typically, the firing pin impression on rimfire evidence is either rectangular or circular. Those are by far the most common that are encountered. If you'll notice the general shape of this firing pin impression, it seems rectangular for about half of it, and then it wedges outward in appearance, giving it an unusual shape, or definitely not a very common shape. I've never encountered a firing pin impression on a .22 fired cartridge case that looks like that before. In addition to that, I noticed something unusual was the orientation of the firing pin impression. As I've mentioned, usually a firing pin will crush the rim of the .22, and that firing pin impression will extend clear off the edge of the cartridge case. I noticed in this particular example, the firing pin impression was contained within the head of the cartridge. Note it did not extend off the edge of the fired cartridge case. And this was consistent among all of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases. They all exhibited the same shape and the same orientation, not extending off the edge of the rim of the cartridge case.
And at that point in your career, is it your testimony that you had never even really seen this type of firing pin impression on a .22 long rifle?
That's correct. To the best of my knowledge, I've never witnessed or seen a firing pin impression with this shape and also the orientation, again, not going off the edge of it, being contained within the head of the cartridge itself.
Based on the uniqueness of your observation in this case, did you take further action to try to determine what type or what brand of firearm had caused that firing pin impression?
Yes, given the unique shape of it, I did some additional research to see if I was able to give a potential idea of what firearm could have fired that.
And as part of that research, do you put information out to your peers to see if any of your peers had come across something like that?
Yes, certainly. That's a valuable resource that I will usually turn to if we encounter something unusual. I will correspond to other firearm examiners throughout the country to see if somebody else may have encountered something like this.
At some point, did you receive notice, or did you become aware that somebody may have an answer for you, at least may have some information on the type of firearm that may have caused that firing pin impression?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury how you found that out and what information you received?
I corresponded with another firearm examiner, actually from BCI Laboratory in Bowling Green, and he stated that he had a firearm that did exhibit a similar shape to what I had been looking for, and the orientation, again, not going off the edge of the rim of it.
Okay. And based on that information, what did you do next?
He provided me, I was able to look at some of the test fires that he generated with that firearm. I got all of the information about that particular firearm. So then I began to research more about that firearm to see if I could find additional samples to help further tell me if that was a possible candidate that could have fired those cartridge cases.
Okay. So in addition to providing test fires of the firearm that he had that was making similar impressions, did he actually provide you information about the model type firearm that it was that was making those types of impressions?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what did you learn, or what type of firearm did you learn was responsible for making similar firing pin impressions?
The firearm that he had was a Walther Colt 1911 .22 pistol.
And based on that information, again, did you continue to do research to determine whether or not a Colt Walther 1922 could have been responsible for the firing pin impressions on the evidence recovered in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do further?
I was able to examine other examples of test fires taken with Walther Colt 1911 .22 pistols. I was able to physically examine a couple different of the specific guns. I was able to disassemble them, look at them further, examine the firing pin itself, take additional test fires for comparison. In addition to that, I corresponded with a design engineer at Walther in Germany about the shape, the orientation of the firing pin impression. He was able to look at some stock examples at the factory of firearms that they were producing, and he agreed and concurred that the shape of the firing pin impression and the orientation of it was consistent with the firearms that they produced, the Walther Colt 1911 .22 pistols.
And the shape and orientation of a firing pin, as depicted in that picture, would that be considered a general class characteristic with respect to Colt Walther 1911s?
Yes, that's correct, meaning that every Colt Walther 1911 .22 pistol would make a firing pin impression that would have that shape and that same orientation.
In addition to those general class characteristics, when you looked at these 22 shell casings, again, were there individualized characteristics that would allow you to make a match to a specific firearm?
Yes, again, the class characteristics are generally just the shape, the orientation of it. To be able to positively identify it, I'm going to look at the unique individual characteristics, and those are unique between firearms.
Okay. And with respect to looking at these shell casings, were those type of unique characteristics present on these shell casings?
Yes, they were.
Okay. But at that time, when you were doing your initial work in this case, did you have a firearm that had been collected as evidence to compare from the scene or from a suspect?
No, I did not.
Based on the information that you got from the Walther Company in Germany, all of your additional research that you had done on this, and the general class characteristic comparisons you had done with other Walther Colt 1911s, were you able to make an opinion as to whether or not a Walther Colt 1911 had been responsible for firing this shell casing, or the shell casings recovered from these murders?
Yes, based on my examination, the opinion that I reached based on that size, shape, the orientation of it, that the firing pin impression present on the Fire 22 long rifle cartridge cases is consistent with having been fired from a Walther 1911 .22 pistol.
Is that information that you would have then given to the investigators so that could assist them? At that point, they would at least know what firearm they may be looking for as they did their investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition, and Mr. Junk, you can take that down. In addition to the 22 shell casings, did you also do the same type of work on the 40 caliber shell casings to try to determine what brand or what model of firearm was responsible for shooting the 40 caliber shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury what work did you do there?
Could we show the photograph of the comparison of the 40 cartridge cases?
Yes, that is going to be... It's going to be, yep, 9. That
Yes.
is? Okay. So we put back up State's Exhibit U9 for the jury.
So during my examination, besides being able to positively identify the 2 cartridge cases as being fired in the same firearm, I'm going to look at these certain class characteristics or features that are unique. If you'll notice, the shape of this area here has a rectangular shape that's going around it. That is the aperture. That is the opening in the breech face or the back of the slide that the firing pin can come out of. So this particular aperture or opening is rectangular in shape. Also, you can see the firing pin impression itself. It's elliptical. It is not circular in shape. Those 2 features are very common with Glock firearms. that rectangular aperture, this rectangular shape here, and the elliptical firing pin with firing pin drag. That's a very common feature that Glock pistols will produce.
So based on those observations, again, did you begin to feel that a Glock firearm or a .40 cal Glock was responsible for shooting the shell casings recovered from scene 1 and scene 4?
Yes, those features, while there are some other firearms that may have those, Glock is by far the most common firearm encountered that has those two characteristics.
Now, in addition to just figuring out that Glock leaves these types of impressions, are there different generations or different versions of Glock firearms that have little different details with respect to the impressions that they leave?
Yes, there are.
And did you research a little bit further to try to figure out what generation of Glock may have been responsible for causing this firing pin impression or these type of markings?
Yes. Coupled with the fact of the .40 caliber bullets have a 6-right polygonal style rifling, and the cartridge cases having the rectangular aperture and elliptical flowback, the combination of those characteristics, the only firearm I'm aware of that has both those style characteristics are Glock firearms. Glock pistols over the years have different versions or generations that they have progressed over time. Currently, the most recent iteration is a Generation 5 Glock. And based on the characteristics that the Gen 5 Glock produces is completely different than what was observed. So I know the fired .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases were not fired from a Generation 5 Glock, even though they are consistent with firing from a Glock pistol, but not a Generation 5 firearm. Further examination and research that I did, Generation 4 Glocks are very common. They've been out a lot. They have been used in law enforcement, and I have examined several fired bullets, fired cartridge cases from Generation 4 Glocks. The characteristics on the fired bullets, the corresponding, the striation that you saw that correspond across there, what was exhibited in the evidence .40 fired bullets, they were more coarse. Usually Generation 4 Glocks, in my experience that I've encountered, the striation is a lot finer than that. So that makes me believe it was prior to a Generation 4, possibly Generation 1, 2, or 3. During additional research, when I was comparing or examining the fired cartridge cases, I noticed I did have a Generation 3 Glock that I was able to take test fires and look at it. But you'll notice this rectangular aperture. You'll notice between the two, you can see it's the same size. So that opening in the breech face during that firing process is the same. So the size of that rectangular aperture will be the same on all of them. And I noticed on the Generation 3 Glocks that I had that rectangular area on Generation 3 was larger. It was more up here than the rectangular flowback area on the submitted evidence. So that would make me believe it is not a Generation 3. I was able to correspond with some other firearm examiners with some Generation 1 and Generation 2 firearms, and based on the measurements of the apertures of that opening, the only ones that I was able to find that had the same physical size of that opening were Generation 2 firearms.
Okay. So again, based on all of that research, were you beginning to form an opinion that the shell casings recovered from scene 1 and scene 4 were most likely fired by a Glock 40 that would have been a Generation 2 style Glock 40?
Correct.
And is that information that you would have passed, again, to the investigators in this case to help assist them in looking for the murder weapons, I guess?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further with this witness. Thank you.
All right. The defense may cross-examine.
Morning, Mr. White, how are you?
Good morning, sir. Just fine.
Good, good. My name's John Parker. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Wagner over here. Thank you very much for your testimony. I do have some follow-up questions.
Okay.
I want to start, I believe, with these various demonstration guns that have been provided. And I'm going to ask you to, I'll hand them to you, but I'll ask you to handle them if that's all right.
Okay.
These are safe as far as you know?
Yes, they are unloaded and in a safe condition.
Okay. I'm going to hand you this weapon here, which is the Colt, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Whenever we refer to the term Walther Colt, Walther is the actual manufacturer, but you'll also see Colt written on the side of it. It's licensed by Walther to be able to use their name. So we tend to refer to it as a Walther Colt pistol.
All right. And is this the magazine that goes with it?
Yes, that's correct. The magazine, it's also inscribed onto the side of it, being compatible for this firearm.
Okay. And do you know what the number of bullets that the magazine could hold?
I believe this particular magazine holds 10.
All right. And so that would also allow, if somebody wanted to fire 11 shots, for example, there could be one in the chamber, so to speak?
Correct. You could have one in the chamber and 10 in the magazine.
All right.
So it could be 11.
Could be 11 shots total.
That's correct.
Without having to having to change the magazine
That's correct.
or reload the magazine.
Correct.
All right. Now, I believe there are some aftermarket, as some people say, magazines that can be used with this particular weapon. Is that right?
There could be. I haven't encountered any, but it is possible there are aftermarket magazines for it.
All right. And what's the purpose of an aftermarket magazine, if you know?
There's multiple reasons. Sometimes they can make magazines cheaper, and oftentimes they make magazines that have greater capacity.
So it would have more than this 10 of this magazine.
It's possible, yes.
All right. And if somebody had this magazine and that gun and ran out of ammunition, how would they reload?
The reloading process for this particular gun, once the magazine is inserted, on the side of the firearm, there's a small button right here. That's a magazine release button. When it's pressed, the magazine will be released. So at that point, a new magazine will need to be inserted.
All right. And how would one load a magazine?
The loading process for the magazine itself, you'll see there's a small black button on the side. So when you hold that, you'll see this black piece at the top. That's called the follower. Cartridges are loaded into the magazine, and usually you'll use this thumb and pull that little black piece down to aid in the insertion of the cartridges. So the cartridges will be stacked vertically on top of one another in the magazine.
So if someone were to want to fire more than, say, 10 or 11 shots, they might have more than one magazine. Is that fair to say?
It's possible.
For example, if I had this gun and say I'm target practicing, and I'm pointing this gun and I empty the bullets that I have, I could have another magazine available in my pocket or somewhere else to pop one out and put the other one in.
Yes, that's correct. Assuming, again, with this particular firearm, when shooting, at the point that the firearm becomes empty or the magazine empty, the slide locks back. So if you were to have an additional magazine, the magazine would have to be removed, a new magazine inserted, and then this small black lever, the slide release lever, would have to be pushed down to allow the slide to move forward, loading the next cartridge into the chamber ready to be fired.
And for someone that's experienced with that particular weapon, that could be done relatively quickly. Is that fair to say?
I can't give a particular time frame that it can be done, but it can be done relatively quickly, yes.
All right. And just to be clear, this is only for demonstration purposes. Is that right? This is not the firearm from this case.
No, this is merely for demonstration purposes.
Okay. If I could have that back, I have a few questions on another firearm. hand you what's been used as demonstration purposes. I believe this is the Glock, is that correct? I'll ask you to handle that.
Yes, this is a Glock pistol.
All right, and this, once again, is not the Glock pistol used in this case, it's just a demonstration.
That is correct.
All right, and likewise, do you know, if I could see that for just a moment, there's various inscriptions on the side, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe your opinion just a moment ago was that a Generation 2 Glock was used in this particular case?
Based on the research I did, the features that Generation 2 produced were the most consistent with the evidence that was submitted.
Sure. And so this particular model, correct me if I'm wrong, but it says Gen 4. Does that mean Generation 4?
Yes, on the side of the slide, this left side, it is inscribed with the manufacturer 23, that's the model 23, Gen 4, made in Austria, and it's a 40 caliber.
All right, so this is a different generation than the one you thought was used in this case.
Correct.
All right, but it's just here for demonstration purposes.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And once again, the magazine on that particular, let's talk about this model since we have it in front of us. How many bullets would the magazine that came with the gun, the manufacturer's magazine, do you know how many bullets or cartridges would fit into this particular weapon?
Well, there are multiple, depending on the size of the firearm, whether it's a full size, compact, subcompact, there are different magazines that are available for it. So I don't recall what specific magazine capacity is for this specific gun, but there are other magazines that can hold additional cartridges. I would have to look that up for you for an exact number.
All right, but is it fair to say that a magazine for this weapon is similar to the one we just looked at?
Yes, it's similar in the aspect that it's going to hold the cartridges. That it would be fed the same way. The magazine would be inserted into the bottom of it. The slide would then be allowed to move forward. That loads the cartridge at the point the firearm fires and it becomes unloaded or the magazine is empty. The slide will lock back. A new magazine would have to be inserted or the previous magazine reloaded. And the small little lever here, that's the slide release lever, would have to be depressed or the slide would be retracted, and that allows the slide to move forward again, loading the gun ready to be fired.
All right. And there are magazines available that can hold perhaps 20 or even more cartridges. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. And once again, these two weapons that you just talked to us about, these are semi-automatic weapons, correct?
That's correct. That means the firearm will fire one time for each single pull of the trigger.
So if I were holding one of those weapons and shooting it into whatever, a target or a person, I would have to pull the trigger one time for each bullet.
That's correct. If you would pull the trigger and hold the trigger, it's only going to fire one time. So it will fire one shot for each single pull of the trigger.
Now, with respect, let's get these guns out of the way. With respect to this rifle, a couple of questions. Once again, this is for demonstration purposes only, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
This is not the rifle used in this case.
That's correct.
But this is what's commonly referred to as an SKS, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and you come across these it's a rather common weapon in your business, is that fair to say?
SKS is not extremely common. The caliber of 7.62 by 39 can be encountered rather frequently, but the rifle in itself, I don't usually see very many of them, no.
Okay. Do you know where they're manufactured?
This particular one was manufactured in China.
Okay. Are they also made in Russia?
Yes, originally they are of Russian design and were manufactured in Russia. Other countries have copied the design and have made duplicate styles.
All right. And do you know any other countries that make SKS?
I would have to research that for you.
Okay, but certainly Russia and certainly China.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, the wooden part of this weapon, is that called the stock?
Yes, this is a stock.
All right. And do you know whether the stocks come in various designs or material?
Yes, they do.
Can you explain that?
There are different types of stock. This is a wood stock. They also make polymer or a synthetic types of stocks that these can be taken off and replaced. Sometimes the ergonomics of the stock can be different from an aftermarket stock, but they can still be designed to fire on this firearm platform. Just the stock would be removed and a new stock would be inserted.
And that's not terribly unusual, is it?
No, that's not.
Kind of a personal preference of the owner, perhaps?
It's possible, yes.
All right. Now, also, with respect to the end of the barrel up here, let's talk about that for a moment. Is this particular SKS rifle capable of holding a bayonet?
Originally, it was. You'll see the slight indentation right here in the stock, and this little metal piece here, that's a bayonet lug. It would have a bayonet or is a knife that's affixed to that. It could be folded forward and locked into place vertically, or it could be released and folded downward.
All right. And what is this item here at the very top on the other side? Is that the sight?
Yes, this is the front sight for aiming the firearm. The piece right here on top, raise it up. This is the rear sight. The front sight, when shooting the firearm, one would look down, aligning the rear sight and front sight of the target for shooting.
All right. Now, we talked about silencers a little bit yesterday, or suppressors. Are those the same thing?
Essentially, they are often interchanged, the term. Usually we'll use the term suppressor.
Okay, let's use that term, suppressor. If somebody wanted to make their own suppressor, could they do so for this type of weapon?
If you're talking about something that's homemade, I couldn't ascertain what creation that you could do. This particular firearm, when I mentioned earlier about attaching a suppressor is typically attached with threads on the barrel, so that a suppressor would thread down onto the barrel. It's important that the thread on the barrel be there because to keep alignment. If it wasn't, the silencer could be twisted or off center, so shooting the firearm could actually hit the suppressor or damage it or catastrophically blow the gun up. So most suppressors or firearms that are designed to fire with a suppressor will utilize a threaded barrel so that that could be attached. This particular gun does not have a threaded barrel. So if it would be possible for somebody to attach something to this gun, I'm sure it could be possible. I don't know how they would do that or make sure that you would have proper alignment if you were going to go that route.
Yeah, just a follow-up question there. If there was some sort of suppressor on the end of this gun, homemade or otherwise, that could affect the sight and the accuracy. Is that fair to say?
It's possible, depending on the diameter of whatever was used. It could potentially obscure the sights, but I can't say for certain. It would depend on what was actually used.
Right, and could using a suppressor, especially a homemade variety, could that damage the barrel of the firearm?
It's possible.
All right. And have you any videos of this particular demonstration model being fired?
I don't have any of this particular firearm being fired.
Okay. You didn't do that as part of your investigation here?
No, I did not.
Okay. And with respect to the type of, with respect to the type of object that might be used as a suppressor, if someone used an object that was plastic, do you have an opinion as to whether that would be a good idea or an effective suppressor?
I can't say necessarily what item could potentially be used, but given the amount of pressure that is generated with this firearm, a plastic sounds like that could potentially break due to how strong it would be. Most commonly manufactured suppressors are typically of a steel, a titanium, aluminum construction, but not many that I'm aware of are plastic.
All right. Do you have experience firing this type of weapon?
Yes, I've fired one of these firearms before.
Okay, and I don't want to point it at anybody. Maybe you could point it this way if necessary. But how would you generally hold the gun when you fire?
The firearm would typically be held, this is the buttstock, it would be held against your shoulder, and you'd have a support hand up here. I would lay my cheek on the shoulder, on the top of it. That allows me to look down, the rear sight, front sight, to be able to align the target, be able to reach up, pull the trigger.
It appears you might be left-handed.
I'm holding it for demonstration purposes
Okay.
this way.
It could be used on either shoulder, correct?
Yes, if you were left-handed or right-handed, you would still be able to fire the firearm.
Understood. You're in a cramped position there.
Correct.
Now, could someone position the firearm differently if they wanted to fire it? That's not the only position one could use. Is that fair to say?
The only condition to allow this firearm to fire is assuming the firearm is actually loaded and the trigger is pulled. If those conditions are met, the firearm will fire, regardless of its orientation or configuration.
Okay, so someone, I'm not going to demonstrate, but I don't think I need to, but someone could be kneeling down and firing the weapon from the shoulder, correct?
I don't know about the orientation. Again, as long as the firearm was loaded and the trigger was pulled, the firearm will fire.
So the person could have various bodily positions and still fire the gun.
That's correct.
All right. They could be standing, they could be sitting, they could be kneeling, they could be laying prone position. There are a variety of possibilities. Is that fair to say?
That's correct to say. It is possible to be able to actually fire the gun from those conditions, not necessarily to actually be able to align the sights and to fire it accurately, but to actually be able to fire the gun, yes, that's possible.
And once again, is this a semi-automatic like the pistols were?
That's correct. It means the firearm will fire one time for each single pull of the trigger.
And if you pull the trigger once, you're only going to get one shot.
Yes, that's correct.
So if you wanted to fire 5 shots, you'd have to pull the trigger 5 times.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm sorry. Is it slided? It was slided. Thank you. All right. Now, sir, a few other questions. With respect to the rifle, there's even something somebody could get called a pistol grip. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, a stock, depending on the type of stock configuration, would have a pistol grip. That's more of a vertical grip. Instead of reaching your hand around the back of the stock when holding it, you would have a more vertical position, kind of like a pistol, as the name implies, a more vertical grip that would be held and still be able to fire it in the same configuration.
Right. And do you have, let me move on to another topic. I'm going to show you what the state marked as exhibit. I believe this is U17. You identified this earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is the ammunition, the .30 caliber. Yeah, show that to me. Sure. That's the ammunition that would be used in that rifle, correct?
Yes, this is 7.62 by 39 millimeter. This is the specific cartridge that is designed to be fired in that rifle.
All right, and once again, this is demonstration purposes. These are not from this particular case, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, you were talking about the weight of the various items that you examined, and you used the word grains.
Correct.
All right, that's a measurement of weight, is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's a common measurement of weight when referring to firearm. There are 7,000 grains in a pound, to give you a reference. So bullet weights are typically measured in grains for their weight.
All right. And this particular ammunition, how do you pronounce that, sir?
It's tool ammo.
Tool ammo. This is made in Russia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's reflected on the box here. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And that's also where the rifle originated from, is that right?
The original design, yes.
And many of them are manufactured in Russia.
They can be, yes.
And China, I think you said.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. for any of the other firearms, did you make any demonstration videos of them actually being fired?
No, I did not.
Now, you examined, as I understand it, 3 different types of ammunition that were used in this case. The .22 long rifle, correct?
That's correct.
The .40 caliber, correct?
That's correct.
And then the .30 caliber associated with this rifle, is that right? Or the
Third-
7.62?
Correct. The 7.62 by 39 fired bullet jackets. That's correct.
And you referred to that sometimes as a .30 caliber?
Correct. The term 7.62 is a metric designation. It is .30 or 30 caliber,
So
referring
it's the same
to.
thing, just to kind of translate it into our nomenclature.
Correct. That's the description of the cartridge, but the bullet diameter, it is a 30 caliber bullet. Even though the name says 7.62 by 39, that's just a metric designation, but it's still 30 caliber.
So they're the same thing.
That's correct.
Just to clear that up. Now, with respect to the .22 shell casings and bullets or bullet fragments that you examined, do you know how many .22 shots were fired in this particular case based on your investigation?
Based on the condition of the fired .22 bullets, there were in various degrees of damage. There were fragments. So I don't have a total number of fired bullets. There were 6 fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases that were submitted. While I don't have a specific number on bullets, but there were significantly more fired bullets than 6.
All right. And the same thing with the .40. Can you tell us?
Yes, that's correct. Of all of the fired .40 caliber bullets, there were only 2 fired cartridge cases.
And how many bullets did you examine approximately?
I believe there were 11 total.
All right. And with respect to the .30 caliber or 7.62?
There were 6 fired bullet jackets from that.
And did you recovered, or you did not examine any of the casings associated with that rifle, is that correct?
Correct. There were no 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases submitted.
And once again, all of these 3 weapons that you've demonstrated for us, you could get an extended magazine for each of those, including the rifle, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you familiar with the aftermarket extensions on the rifle, the SKS as well?
Yes, there are other manufacturers that can make. That particular rifle has a fixed magazine. As I demonstrated, it kind of hinges down, but that can be replaced by the magazine in front of you. That detachable magazine, that can be modified or to remove the existing magazine and use that magazine in its place. So that would be an aftermarket magazine with a higher capacity than the original one.
And the original, do you know what the capacity is?
It is 10.
All right, and the aftermarkets, this would be an aftermarket?
That's correct.
And do you know how many cartridges?
I believe that one holds 30.
30.
I believe so.
And that would affect, I mean, that would hang down from the bottom of the rifle, correct?
Yes, it would extend below the rifle.
All right, and there are actually aftermarket magazines that go up to 100, is that fair to say?
There are aftermarket magazines. I would have to check to see if the compatibility with that particular rifle or not, but there are larger capacity magazines available.
If I could have just a few moments, Judge.
Yeah.
Sir, just a couple more questions. Appreciate your patience. On the rifle you just demonstrated, if there were some sort of suppressor on the end of that rifle, do you think that could affect someone's ability to view the sights or accurately fire the weapon?
Assuming there would be some method of attaching the silencer on that particular gun, there's no method of attaching a silencer to it. It would depend on what the homemade silencer was, the size of it, the diameter, if it would obstruct the sights or not. I can't speculate as to if it would or wouldn't without a
Let me give you
specific
a
example.
hypothetical. Lawyers like hypotheticals. So let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say there was a homemade device approximately the size of an oil filter for a car or a truck. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is that something that's rather large that would be attached to the end of the rifle?
Yes, if there was some method of attaching, for example, an oil filter to the end of the firearm, the diameter of the oil filter would be large enough that it would obstruct the visibility of the sights. So if you were to aim the rifle in a normal configuration to look down the sights, the rear and front sight to be able to aim, you would be seeing the back end of the oil filter. You would not be able to actually take a proper aim with an example like that.
All right, and your investigation and various research that you do with your job, have you ever looked on YouTube or other internet resources to see whether there are such homemade suppression videos or information available?
Yes, I've seen several videos of aftermarket or homemade silencers. I've actually had a case before with an oil filter on a pistol before that was used. I've never had a case or seen that particular model rifle with a homemade silencer on it, though.
But there's certainly lots of information on the internet about various things people try, whether successfully or not, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And sir, you certainly, in this particular case, you certainly do not know the name of the person who fired the various shots and the various bullets that you've examined.
No, I do not.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Just a second here. Dwight, I'm going to show you a picture that we are later going to mark for identification purposes as State's Exhibit U18. Give me 1 second. I'll show you. State's Exhibit U18. Could you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit U18?
This particular firearm appears to be SKS-styled rifle. You can see it has an extended detachable magazine present, has a scope present. And this large piece right there is actually a sight for, it was designed for a rocket propelled or a grenade launcher. That was the sight for that.
Okay. I'm going to show you again the SKS that you brought in for demonstration purposes. We talked about the barrel of this SKS. And again, as is, does it have threads on it that would allow for easy addition of a suppressor or silencer?
No, there would be no mechanism to attach a suppressor onto that firearm.
But if I was good at welding, could I create something that would allow me to put a suppressor on there?
You could potentially weld a homemade silencer to the end of the firearm. Welding would be less accurate than threading, for example, and it would be more critical because from a threading perspective, when you would thread a homemade suppressor on there, when the bullet comes out of the barrel, it has to pass through that suppressor. If the alignment was not correct, it could hit or damage or blow out the side of the suppressor. Welding, I don't know how accurately you could weld that to take into account that alignment, but it would certainly be possible to affix another metal object onto the steel of that barrel.
Okay. And again, with respect to this weapon, if I'm in a prone, and a prone is a laying down, is that correct?
Correct.
So if I'm laying down on the ground, and I have this weapon like this, and I'm aiming it, and I'm pulling the trigger, plop, 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 pulling that trigger, are shell casings going to be ejecting out of this weapon?
Yes, sir, they will be.
And with respect to the 7.62 by 39 or 30 caliber projectiles that you examined at scene 1, is it your testimony that investigators provided you with no shell casings to match up or to look at from scene 1 with respect to a 30 caliber?
Correct. I did not have any fired cartridge cases to compare.
Okay. And with respect to the fact that there's at least 6 projectiles that you looked at that are 7.62 by 39 or 30 caliber and no shell casings, if the investigators told you that they extensively looked in the area where they thought those shots came from and found no shell casings, does that indicate to you anything?
That would indicate that they either were overlooked or that they were not present.
In State's Exhibit U17, the tool ammo, again, State's Exhibit U17, this actual exhibit was for demonstrative purposes or comparison purposes. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
All right. Later in this case, did you actually end up using this exhibit to compare with other evidence that was brought to you?
I did.
Any further cross?
No, thank you very much.
You may step down. Would this be a good time for a break at this point?
Yes, Your Honor, if you could make it just a smidgen longer than normal, because we've got some things to switch out.
We got to run over to PD and grab a piece of evidence.
All right. So 20 minutes, is that?
That's plenty.
All right. So a 20-minute break at this time, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10:30 now, so at 10 to 11, you need to be back at the jury room downstairs to be brought up here by court personnel. Leave your notepads, of course, on your seat. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else while on break. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do no research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. Do not express any opinion concerning this case, do not form any opinion concerning the case. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with participants in the case, including the parties' counsel or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything further at this time before we break?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, we are in recess then until 10 till 11. Thank you. Please be seated. Is counsel for both sides ready for the jury to be brought up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is the state ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Suzanne Elliott.
Is the defense ready?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.